Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order, and I will do a quick roll call of council members. Councilor Wright,
Good morning.
Councilor Knack,
Good morning.
Councilor Principe,
Good morning.
Councilor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councilor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councilor Tang,
Good morning.
Councilor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councilor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councilor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councilor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councilor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councilor Jans.
Good morning.
So everyone is here. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Likorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. So, Madam Clerk, our first item is 9.6 in private, right?
That's correct, and then we'll move to 9.4 because the delegation is extremely small for both of those items. And then 9.3 has been requested that we deal with that this morning as
They're
well.
all in private, right?
They're
So-
all in private,
Good,
yes.
okay. And Councilor Hamilton, can we move that we go into private?
Yeah, I'll move we go into private, subject to sections 17, 24, 16, I think that covers it for now, of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Second?
Second by Councilor Stevenson. Any questions going into private? Please vote.
Yes,
In favor.
Madam Clerk.
Jan's in favor.
Thank you. We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a minute.
Thank you, and we're also going to send out a private Orders?
Yes, Councillor Hamilton, can you do that?
Yeah, I can just move to extend orders to 2 PM,
Till
right?
2 p.m., yeah.
Yeah, I'll move extension of orders to 2 PM.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel, please vote.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford,
Just for clarity, how long is the recess?
15 minutes.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Just waiting, we have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. Here you go, carried. Okay, now we are voting on,
Can we take our, I think you're going to
Recess
take your
now?
recess, and when you come back, if you can deal with the votes,
Okay.
we'll have them ready in the system.
okay, we will be back at 12:20. Until then, we are in the recess. Okay, folks, colleagues, if we could start, if everyone could slowly walk into the chamber hall. Okay, so we have quorum. I'll do the roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Prinspe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hi.
Councillor Rice, and
Here.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we have few motions to deal with, Madam Clerk, coming out of private.
Yes, please.
Okay. Which one is the first one?
If we could just deal with them in the order they were dealt with. So item 9.6, so the first motion will be that that item be referred back to administration and to return to a future council meeting, and that the item remain in private, subject to section 17 of the FOIP Act.
Councillor Stevenson, you want to move that, or as a commission member?
Yep.
Okay. All right, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, or? Councillor?
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Please.
I am not seeing my pop-up here. Yes, though.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we've got a yes from Councillor Hamilton. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That,
It did pass, and I do
it
apologize.
passed?
It was
It's
so
carried,
fast
okay.
on the screen.
All right. And the next one is?
So if we can deal with item 9.4, so there was a recommendation in the report.
Okay.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton, you want to second that?
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, is there a friendly amendment that should be made? Or is it being approved as it is? With that
I
tiny
think they
change?
got the intent of it, right? So,
Is that?
yeah.
I-
Yeah.
Yes,
Just
yes,
one.
as,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
okay, okay. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We're just waiting for one more vote.
Is that me?
Nope.
Oh.
Councillor Rutherford?
I'm a yes, sorry.
Nope, that's okay, thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And then item 9.3, if you can just receive it for information, please, and keep the report presentation as well as attachment 1 private, subject to section 16 and 24 of the FOIP Act.
Okay.
So moved.
Councillor
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded it. Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm a yes as well. I know what happened here.
Angela
There we
just
go,
said,
got
yeah,
it. Got it.
It's just coming out.
Got it.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We have 3 must-be dealt items today, and we need to deal with them absolutely. So let me ask Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, you exempted 6.10. River Valley Planning Modernization Phase 2 update. You have questions, or you exempted for voting purposes only?
I have questions.
Questions. I just want to get a sense from other council members. Are there number of questions on this, or few questions on this? Do other council members have questions too? No?
I don't have questions, but I would want to speak to it.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe we can bring that forward and deal with that first.
So moved?
Second.
Councillor Knack, Councillor Cutwell, second. Oh, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Stevens, seconded. Please vote to bring it forward.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Display the votes,
We're
please.
just waiting for
So-
one more vote.
Sorry.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rice, I will go to you first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we need to make a decision on the recommendation from committee. So my first question is regarding the agreement. The recommendation contains two parts. The first part is amend agreement. So what's the difference for the new amendment and to the existing agreement? Nobody here to answer question?
I need to find someone to look into that. Sorry, can you circle back?
Sorry, hi, I'm part of the delegation, I think. Was that a question for administration?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Lindsay Butterfield should be here. So just one second, I'm just gonna message her. I think she misunderstood what we were doing, so just one moment.
My apology. I should have asked if administration was here for this item. Sorry, give her heads up at least.
I was involved in that too, Your Worship, so I think we're just trying to.
No, don't worry. Yeah.
Can I go to the second question?
Yeah, and I'll pause your time as well, Councillor.
Okay, because my
Yeah.
time is
Yeah.
already gone.
Yeah. Go ahead to your next question.
So my next question, I just want get a clarification for this existing trails. Is a multi-use purpose? Is just a single-use purpose trail for mountain biking only?
Councillor Rice, it's Rona Norman. I'm on the call to answer your first question regarding the maintenance agreement. The maintenance agreement does allow EMBA to do maintenance on certain trails, but not trails within preservation areas. So this motion would change that to allow some maintenance work to happen in preservation areas where currently they are unable to do that.
Okay, so that is the only change we made?
Specific to that part of the motion, yes, that would be correct.
So the second question, is this existing trails is a single use for mountain bike only, or is it multi-use and including like the dogs and also people hiking, everything?
So these are not trails that the city constructed. They are single track trails, but certainly we have seen people of all types use the trails, whether it's mountain bikers, walkers, etc. So although they're not constructed by the city, a number of people do access and use them beyond mountain biking.
Do we have a specific rule and in the place and for the safety perspective, and to clear a state what purpose and for the trails right now is under this motion and for them to maintain?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I missed part of that.
I said, do we have like rules in place or do we have like signage, everything, and to clear indicate and the existing trails only for single use or for multiple use? Do we have that clarification in place right now, or nobody and knows what is a single use or multi-use, and then they just choose whatever they want to use?
So we certainly do have signage on our trails that the City of Edmonton constructs, where we talk about sharing the trail, that all users have access to it. With regards to our single track trails or trails that were not constructed by the city, there are no particular signage requirements on those trails, and users are using them at their own risk.
What specific this agreement refer to? What specific trails this agreement refer to and will be covered under this agreement? Is it single trails? Is multi-use trails?
It would be single track trails. The City of Edmonton is responsible for maintaining all multi-use trails. So this agreement only is for single track trails that are currently in existence.
Okay, thank you. My time is out. Thanks.
You have another minute, Councillor Rice, because you were, some people were not available to answer you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chair. And so my next question is regarding the part two. The part two is unfunded service package. So can administration to provide more detail, what could this funding looks like? Because to me it's not clear. And so for the existing right now, the agreement, we already funded. And then is this additional something we are going or we are planning to provide it, or is just supports the part one for the agreements they fund?
So I can answer that, Councillor Rice. Thank you. That particular service package will be brought forward for operational funding to hire some ecological consultants, as well as to cover the staff time that is required to complete a trails master plan, which is a piece of work that we don't currently have in the city for the River Valley trails.
Okay, so it's not about the part one. Okay, so it's not specifically limited to the part one, and so it's more broad and for the trail system is under our cities. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel to speak or questions?
I'm going to move the recommendation.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, of course, totally.
So I will move, Mayor Sohi, on the recommendation of the Urban Planning Committee that, one, that administration amend the agreement with the Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance to allow authorized maintenance of the city's existing natural surface trails within preservation areas until the River Valley Trail strategy is approved and funded, and until on-the-ground assessments are completed by way of the River Valley Parks Master Plan. And two, that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration as a part of the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations for development of a recreational trail strategy that identifies a sustainable network of improved and natural tread trails and specifies the ongoing operations and maintenance requirements for the comprehensive trail system in order to meet the needs of recreational users in balance with the ecological sensitivity of the River Valley. Development of the trail strategy will include engagement with the stakeholders and the public.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. All right, Councillor Salvador to speak.
Questions?
Question, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to ask some questions, particularly about part one of the motion, just so I can get some really clear answers as to what it does and does not mean. So just to start off, I think it's been made pretty clear, trails and preservation areas used by mountain bikers, hikers, walkers, other users that do need maintenance, whether that's for safety reasons or environmental reasons. And my understanding is that the city has been denying AMBA those maintenance requests for the last few seasons because of the ongoing work of Ribbon of Green. Is that correct?
That would be correct. In preservation areas, as part of the agreement with EMBA, those trails specifically are not to be maintained, and their focus is on conservation, trails and conservation areas.
Okay. But I'll just add to that, Councillor Salvador, that that is not a decision made because of the current River Valley planning modernization work that's underway. That has been ongoing for some time.
Okay, and I'm also trying to get an understanding of, I guess, the status of what's proposed in this motion. Because my understanding is this would actually be more of a status quo approach to allow maintenance to continue in the interim. Is that correct, Ms. Butterfield?
I'll pass that to Ms. Norman, actually. This is her area of expertise, but it would not be a status quo because preservation areas have not typically had permission for maintenance. But Ms. Norman can answer that question more fully.
That would be correct. So this motion would allow maintenance in preservation areas that previously were not allowed, as outlined in the 1992 Ribbon of Green, as well as our current agreement with EMBA. If this motion was to pass, we would adjust our agreement with EMBA to allow for maintenance in preservation areas.
Okay, and that maintenance work, you sort of alluded to it, but it would still be pursuant to the terms of the written agreement with the city, correct? So that's sort of the process where EMBA would have to receive approval for the work. It's not like it's a free-for-all. It's not like they're building new trails. It's existing trails, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to also understand what's the risk if we don't allow for interim maintenance. My understanding is that not only is it a safety issue, but from an environmental perspective as well, it can actually lead to more damage. I'm thinking of, I don't know, maybe there's a trail that has some flooding, maybe an unsafe path that could lead to people sort of widening that path, going off onto different trails, trail braiding. Can I get some thoughts on that?
I think that's a fair assumption. Not maintaining some existing trail networks, regardless of their location, can certainly be a challenge from a safety perspective, and can lead to further degradation.
Okay, as a city, we don't have dedicated resources that are capable of maintaining that network.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a large, very large network.
Okay, so EMBA has been sort of working in collaboration with the city for many years, is my understanding, to maintain that network.
That's right, and we've had a very strong partnership with EMBA for a number of years, as you've outlined.
Okay, great, and I'll just quickly jump to part 2 as well. So part 2 will essentially allow us to undertake the work that's necessary to designate a proper network of recreational trails. And this will sort of set us up to have that conversation if approved. Is that correct? And there will still be consultation, engagement. This isn't the end of this conversation.
Absolutely, that's correct, yes.
Okay, I think that's it from me. I guess one lingering question. There's been concern about the proliferation of sort of rogue trails, and that's a concern, and I share that concern absolutely, but I just need clarity that this will not allow for additional trails to be built in preservation areas.
That's correct. Yes, under the River Valley bylaw, construction of trails is not legal.
Okay, great. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't expect this lengthy a debate on this. I thought this was debated at length at committee. That's why I encouraged to bring it forward. Otherwise, I wouldn't have, if I expected that many speakers on this item. Councilor Wright.
Thank you. I have one question. Was the agreement or anywhere else specify that the bicycles are permitted on these maintained trails?
On single track trails in preservation areas?
Yes.
So
our current bylaw says no.
Yeah, and I can just add to that under the ribbon of green, there is no prohibition of users to use the land that's already there. So While we cannot allow new trails to be built, there's nothing that says that it's prohibited for people to be on them.
Okay, but there's nothing that specifically says they're allowed. I guess I would like to propose just a friendly amendment to part one, besides the maintenance of the trails to permit bicycle use on the trails as well.
Second.
If it's a friendly, it doesn't need seconder, right? It's a friendly call, folks. Everyone thinks it's friendly, so it's friendly. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Are you done?
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, to speak, sorry. Councillor.
No. I did put in the chat that I did have a few questions, actually. I apologized. I do have a few questions that have come up since committee for me.
Go ahead.
My understanding is there's currently active mediation on this issue. Is this correct?
That's correct.
How does the part one of this motion impact that mediation?
This motion has not been introduced to the parties in the mediation discussion, so I can't comment on the potential impact.
But would it supersede the mediation process?
Council's direction absolutely would supersede the motion, yes.
With not the motion, the mediation. And is it typical? I guess one other thing that I'm just really fuzzy on is what kind of environmental impact assessments have been done in these preservation areas on the current network?
I believe Agnieszka Kotowska is on the line and can speak to that. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Thank you. So because these trails have been created by users, not by the city, they have not previously been subject to an environmental impact assessment. And so our understanding of the process is that our interpretation of the River Valley ARP is that in the environmental impact assessment process therein, is that the maintenance activity itself, so things like draining puddles, minor vegetation trimming, etc., and the use of those trails by cyclists is not subject to an environmental impact assessment process, but trail construction would be. But that's not what's being, I guess, entertained or considered here. So it's out of scope for an environmental impact assessment process. Though we could, as part of the EMBA agreement, I believe, request whatever additional studies we think are necessary to understand the impacts of those trails, of that trail maintenance activity, and administration would be at the discretion of administration as to what studies would be needed and what ecological assessment would support that.
But these areas were marked as preservation areas that were, because as Ms. Butterfield mentioned, it was technically illegal to do bike trails, but the bike trails are still there, right? So, because there's no way to really enforce that. So there would be no way to enforce if there's a proliferation of them from increased usage. To my question quickly to the mover, with the information about the current mediation and with, concerns about environment, would you not want to, before moving the first part of this motion, have a bit of an environmental impact assessment or allow that mediation process to continue and not supersede it?
No. I believe that part two of the motion speaks to that. Part two of the motion speaks to, I'm just trying to find it here, it speaks to the goal of having a service package funded that would further explore the River Valley plan, that would further explore which
Well,
paths
it's unfunded, I would contend, so we would debate it, and so it may or may not get funded. So if we approve a part one, there may or may not be that part.
No, well, part one does refer to part two. It says do until part two is funded. And it essentially retains the status quo of part of the current network And
Yeah.
all of the information that was presented at committee, all of the information that was presented by the Mountain Bike Association to our inboxes was that it is their strong contention that through their membership, the understanding of the current network being maintained, established, and essentially preserved so that it doesn't deteriorate will allow them to very strongly work against more trail cutting, more rogue trails, that kind of activity. So not establishing this as essentially a status quo to continue until that service package is adopted will frankly just lead to more of that sort of rogue behavior is essentially the shared view.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson, speak or questions?
I really apologize, a very brief question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did just want to pick up on the question of the mediation. So it seemed to me that the mediation was focused on a one specific geographic area. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct. We're meeting on site to do an analysis of some of the trails, to have a conversation about what trails we might want to, as a group, agree to maintain, and what trails we may want to look to renaturalize as a group, come to some consensus.
So I'm just concerned about hearing that that this motion would supersede that work. Can that work happen in parallel so that it informs the amended agreement?
I think it certainly can happen in parallel. Ms. Butterfield, do you agree?
I do agree, yeah, but also want to acknowledge that if council gives us this direction, we will proceed with the direction.
So would you need an amendment to that to reflect that we would like the amended agreement, reflecting the outcome of the mediation? Or is this conversation direction enough to proceed on that basis?
I'm comfortable with the conversation and the direction discussed today. I think we have a meeting on Monday. We're still planning to meet on site to have some conversations and to work together collaboratively.
Great.
Agreed.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is with the rogue cycling. I understand that it's even sometimes cycling outfits are almost encouraging going off trail. And that is a concern for me. So to the mover, you do believe, and I know EMBA even came forward with the concern about the rogue cycling. So in your opinion, if this motion passes, that would help alleviate that?
Well, let me find it here for you. And this is the correspondence that we all received. And, I certainly, I think it's a shared concern that rogue trails get cut. I've heard that from constituents that I represent that back onto the White Mud Ravine, for instance. But as I understood it, and as I read the information here, that the EMBA clearly believes that permitted to continue the maintenance of the trail system that exists and permitted to continue with those maintenance agreements and maintaining a strong trail system that does not deteriorate with weather, that quite frankly attracts their user groups and cyclists generally that participate in this behavior to that trail system, will work against rogue trail cutting. Quite simply, another way of putting it is if the trail's down, another area in the ward I represent is near the Twilliger Dog Park, where there's quite a network of mountain bike trails. If those are maintained, if those don't rut out, if those survive the weather events that we have through early spring and summer, then those are the trails that people will use. But if they're not allowed to be maintained, or further, if there's this environment allowed to exist where there is debate about whether they're allowed to be there or not, actually pushes people to those places that are out of sight, out of mind, and creates more rogue trail cutting. So I think we can hold the EMBA to some degree to account to say that if your user group is committed to this trail system, then they're also committed to not creating new trails, and that there's a certain covenant that comes with this agreement and this motion. Sorry, that's a long answer, Councillor Person.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that there's maybe even an educational aspect to this where, you know, letting people know, and especially, you know, the younger generation, you know, they'll learn from seeing other generations doing so. So is there an educational aspect to this, or?
Councillor Principe, we do have an awareness program that we are looking to roll out mid to late June throughout the summer around sharing the trail, responsible trail use. So messaging about, you know, illegal trail building certainly will be part of that awareness campaign throughout the summer. So we will certainly play a role in that.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette to speak.
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor. What is the fine for cutting down a tree, a city tree?
I believe we had a response from Community Standards. I will just pull that out, Councillor Paquette.
I know that residentially, I've got a resident who, if they cut down the tree that is beside their driveway, they will be charged $40,000.
I believe Mr. Wilson's on the call and maybe he can respond to that. John?
Yeah, absolutely, I can. Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. So there are fines that can be levied for cutting or damaging trees, and for the most part, they're about $100 specified penalty. However, when somebody damages or cuts down a tree, we also do evaluation with the help of our experts in forestry, and then we explore legal opportunities for restitution so that we can replace a damaged or dead tree. So the fine itself is a relatively minimal amount. However, the value of the tree is what we are most interested in protecting the inventory.
The value of replacement. And how much is the city spending on planting trees? What's our budget for that? We've got a goal. Maybe you don't have the answer for that, but it's substantial. So
yeah, I apologize, Councillor, I don't have that information.
Yeah, that's okay. There is an enormous cost, and it pushes back our efforts of planting more trees in order to aid, or at least give our contribution not only to climate change, but also to cooling down the city because of climate change. So the folks who are out there cutting new paths are stymieing that effort and potentially incurring enormous amounts of cost to the city for the replacement of those trees. So is there a commitment, a serious commitment to perhaps stop that? Because if we say that, well, it's impossible to monitor, yeah, sure, but the cost to the city is substantial. So do we have a commitment either from the city or from AMBA to help monitor that?
I think certainly, as I spoke about our awareness campaign, what often becomes challenging, Councillor Paquette, is catching people in the act of actually taking down a tree. But certainly, if we are advised and we are able to follow up, we definitely will do that. It's just challenging in such a vast system to catch people actually doing that. But I think the awareness piece is critical, and we can maybe align that with what the bylaw says, and that there are fines and penalties.
So how are people going to be made aware of this? They're probably not going to look it up before they decide to do this. So is there some in situ solution?
I think as part of our awareness campaign, we can talk about there are costs and consequences.
What about signage?
Sorry?
What about signage?
We can certainly do signage, but as I said, it's a pretty vast trail system, and so we may catch some.
And it's a pretty vast problem.
Agreed. We can certainly look to put some signage up. Those locations and trying to identify those locations might be a bit challenging.
Because I don't know about anyone else, but I am very tired of bleeding resources. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
Just to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, you need a second round or speak?
I still have two questions.
Can somebody move second round, please?
So moved.
Councillor Knack?
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We're just waiting for 3 more votes.
Mine stuck here. Yes.
We have all the vote. We have 12 votes.
Thank you. That's carried.
So the first question, we do talk about the River Valley strategy and the River Valley Parks Master Plan. And then what's a specific timeline for the completion of this?
Thank you, Councillor. So as we presented at committee, the project will wrap up in Q2 of next year, and the final result of the work will be presented to City Council.
So if that is the case, I remember, and we just, as a council, did the first month in November, talk about the River Valley National Park. How does today's motion reflect and connect with that work?
So the National Urban Park Initiative that's led by Parks Canada has begun. It was formally launched early this spring. The policy framework of the City of Edmonton will be honored through that work, and so we will carry on with our work on the bylaw as well as the ribbon of green, knowing that that will be incorporated in future Parks Canada discussions.
So my question is about what, from our city perspective, and because we're talking about our city's River Valley National Park program, and how this, I just want thinking about long term and for the River Valley, and so what's the service package move forwards and to link to the work. I don't want to see the work change, make a decision right now and later on, and then with some impact we change again, and then from that administration work efficiency perspective, and also from us to make that long-term decision perspective. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Councillor Rice, Ms. McCabe here. This motion as it stands right now, we don't see this as an issue in terms of determining any of the long-term planning through that work. What it allows is for us to do the long-term planning and for the mountain bike community and the ecological protection community to have some certainty over what we're going to do in the interim while that long-term planning is happening. And then the service package would be brought forward for council's decision through budget deliberations, which would allow for some more certainty about how trails are going to be maintained into the future. So if this passes, it will not. We believe that it'll give us certainty about how to proceed while we do the long-term planning.
Okay. For the unfunded package and to the budgets, what type of funding source could be used for this?
Somebody from finance online to help with that question?
This will be unfunded package, so there's no source at this time. Source would have to be identified at the time.
During budget deliberation?
Yeah, this will be unfunded package.
But it's under operational, right?
Yeah, it'd be operations, but we would have to find the source. We don't know at this point.
So is operational is more about the support of the city's work, and then from that long-term perspective, and how we develop the trail system and the strategy, everything like that. And if the River Valley strategy and come back next year, Q2, and the master plan come back to next year, and if we bring unfunded package this year, so that means we're doing that work in advance, and before we know the final strategy and the master plan. Is that understanding correct? I just
I
want
would
to.
say that's a fair assessment, Councillor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my question. And so I'm happy to close.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, that concludes the questions. To speak, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. It's been a really rigorous conversation at committee, rigorous conversations offline, and once again, a very rigorous conversation here today. For a number of years, I was part of a local river valley conservation group. And part of why I was part of, I joined the group was because I really got to appreciate the breadth and the scope and the treasure that we have as a river valley, not only as someone who walks it regularly, but also as actually a mountain biker, because I felt that this was it was a very different way to experience River Valley. And when I do experience it, I also kind of come to get to know the community a little bit and recognize a lot of the care that goes into the trail. And just even in traveling around Alberta, I've seen some other best practices in other municipalities where there are mountain biking trails within natural areas that are well maintained, well signaged, regulated, and is a major attraction for people to visit. And I think we can get there, but that is an extremely resource intensive, I think, process. Certainly maintaining trails, developing trails in a very, I think, diligent way does take resource. And yes, I think some of that work with the National Urban Park can alleviate this in the medium to the long term, but we're still in such early stages with that conversation. And in the absence of that, I think EMBA is a important community resource for that. However, it takes everybody, and I think ongoing proliferation of these trails, while might be interesting and fun, but it also fundamentally changes the foundation of our river valley. And if we continue on that path, we'll probably no longer have much of those trails or much of the river valley for everyone to enjoy. Cognizant that the mediation is underway, I was satisfied with some of the responses from administration. And in particular, this commitment to stop the proliferation of the road trails, which I understand, from a community organization perspective, enforcement of that is yet another resource question, and this is where it does require everyone to hold this goal to account, including the mountain bikers themselves. And I think I'll just raise one more point. I also understand that through this mediation process, there's a desire to see other groups also involved in this inclusive conversation, recognizing that it's not just EMBA, it's not just the conservation groups. So if there's an opportunity, and I will look to administration I will really encourage that to include others in some of those on the ground assessment. I think all the better. So all that to say, I think ultimately we are all, we want some of the same goals based on what I've been hearing. We want, people to not just go out there on their own to develop their own trails. We want to be able to protect our river valley, and we want to kind of find a way to work together, whether through facilitated processes or not. So with that said, I am supporting the motions here today. And anticipate and we'll be following the conversation very closely to see how those elements manifest themselves in the community and with our city administration.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I see no one else to speak, so I will go to Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just very briefly, there's been some conversation about the mediation, and I think it's worth noting that this is mediation between two advocacy groups that are very fiercely, passionately, intently trying to protect our river valley. The question is that, you know, one wants to see a continued use that has been in place for quite a long time, and the other wants to see that use prohibited. The River Valley is a great big place. How long have we been trumpeting the River Valley as the biggest urban park in North America, umpteen times the size of Central Park? There is room for everyone, provided everyone acts responsibly. And I would suggest that, you know, since the Rivermen of Green, the current plan was established in 1992, it's actually the mountain bike user group that has taken the bull by the horns here. They've seen what happens when you cut rogue trails. They've seen what happens when you sort of have unregulated and unplanned recreation opportunities carved out of you know, what we hope to be a largely natural space. And they've done their level best to try to bring that under control, to establish a set of trails and maintain those trails, to forestall and push against the carving of more rogue trails in their group. It's an interesting thing, you know. What is the better way to action? To be inclusive and bring people into a group and try to model behavior, to try to educate people on the effects of rogue behavior, to try to hold people to account in a collaborative education and open way, or to hold the sort of Damocles down in a punitive way to say, if you ever do this thing and get caught, you're going to be punished. There's varying concerns about that. Sometimes there's a balance in those kinds of things. I think that the EMBA, if I've got that right, have demonstrated their strong willingness to engage in a collaborative way with the city, to establish a single trail system, to limit that trail system, and to speak to their members about maintaining that system and nothing more. And that is the way to balance. So I really think that these motions should be approved and move forward. And I really think there's further work to do to modernize that ribbon of green plan for the entirety of the River Valley and the entirety of the ravines that feed into it. So perhaps with this work can proceed, and perhaps later this year we can arm our administration with that further work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor
Mayor?
Rutherford. Yeah.
I was asking in the chat, but I don't think you saw it. Can we split for voting purposes, please? Point 1 and point 2?
Yes, we can. So
Thank
please
you.
vote on part 1 first.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We're just waiting for one more vote.
Sorry, I'm completely shut out. I'll vote yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Okay, part 2 now. It's carried, sorry. It's carried. Part 2 now, please. Vote on part 2.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Jans is yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. I would not risk any other item bringing forward. I'll go back to the order that it was, 6.9.
Well, just friendly reminder, we still have 6.3 and 6.4, so if you can bring.
Oh,
6.4
sorry, those
forward,
are
thanks so much.
the administration, sorry, those are administrations, they're bringing other time, so they think that, sorry.
Yeah, I thought
on
we
the-
had deferred.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
Clerk,
thought they were deferred to.
I thought we had deferred them at the last meeting to another meeting, but sorry, my bad.
If not, we will defer those to if we want to make a motion now to defer them to the next meeting. 6.4, 6.3,
We're going
6.
to probably have to refer quite a few items at the end of this meeting.
We'll
so
wait
we can
then.
do it all in a oneer.
Okay, then next item is 6.9. 102 Avenue LRT pedestrian crossing.
I'll move that we bring item 6.9 forward.
Thank you.
Second.
Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, questions? This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. Questions, Councillor Stevenson?
No, I'm happy to move the recommendation of the committee that administration implement a pilot as soon as possible for the full closure of the traffic lane on 102nd Avenue between 99th Street and 103rd Street for the purpose of establishing a pedestrian-friendly corridor, and that administration prepare a road closure bylaw for the full closure of the traffic lane on 102nd Avenue between 99th and 103rd Street for a one-year pilot, and work with the Downtown Business Association and stakeholders to utilize downtown vibrancy funding for activation.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador.
So just to briefly introduce this, we did have a very thorough.
Sorry,
This is from Urban Committee.
Are we no longer doing introductions from the chair? I just want to know so I can be ready or not.
Sorry, Councillor, just been so many things on.
Hamilton.
There's tons of things on the mind. So I'll go to Councillor. My apologies for that. Councillor Hamilton, so you want to introduce the item?
Because I believe administration may have some additional information. I was just going to recap the discussion for the benefit of the motion that Councillor Stevenson wishes to make. My apologies there for interrupting her introduction to her motion. This was brought forward at Urban Planning Committee. We heard from speakers on the issue of closing 102nd Avenue from 99th Street to 102nd Street. We heard from speakers, a couple of speakers from the YMCA who discussed some of the operating impacts to both the Don Wheaton YMCA in terms of revenue, accessibility, and a sense of shared safety and security. We also heard from a speaker from the Downtown Business Association that a shared streets model may be preferable. This comes with the consideration that shared streets are calibrated provincially to about 20 kilometers an hour, and that becomes more complex if they're calibrated for this use for longer than 6 months. The motion recommended to City Council today, that I believe Councillor Stevenson is going to make, asks for 1, a pilot over the summer to be operational on this corridor, and 2, for a bylaw to be brought back after the summer, and 3, the deployment of downtown vibrancy funds to support this initiative. However, I understand there may be some clarification needed over who is going to be the beneficiary or the operating partner on this. I think we've all received a number of pieces of correspondence on this subject, and I believe that administration may have an update before the motion is put on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that context. I didn't know about the new information, so we'll hold off. This has not been voted on yet, so it was seconded by Councillor Salvador.
The motion has not been voted on, but it has been moved and seconded, and you stated it, so it is on the floor.
Okay, so can administration provide comments while the motion is on the floor? 100% administration, you have additional comments?
Yeah, just a few, because during the course of the conversation, there was a few questions that we weren't totally clear on, and we've done some subsequent review of those and wanted to highlight them for council's consideration. In terms of closing the vehicle lane, again, we identified the Transed as the operator in this area. Any adjustments that would be made in terms of signal timings and adjustments would be a city-initiated contract change, and I think we did identify this, but just wanted to reiterate that there could be some costs associated with that and some commercial impacts, which we can talk about through the course of the conversation. We also did some additional work, or legal folks did some additional work around the road closure bylaw, and in the moment we talked about whether it be a pilot or not, that a road closure bylaw would be required, and we would bring that back in September. Based on the feedback that's been received from many stakeholders, we do want to flag that there could be some legal implications associated with that road closure, which we can discuss in private if council would like to do that. The other thing we identified that we'd need to confirm is the access for emergency services, and while I mentioned at the meeting that you can still use the LRT right away to gain access to emergency locations, long stretches of closure with obstructions, and so that would be sort of the clarification that we'd have to make sure that we're limiting that, ensuring that those emergency services could be maintained. Just an addition, closed streets could be a great addition to downtown where there is vibrancy to support. We did identify this. Where there's active frontage is here, it's limited, and our hope over time is that that's something that does develop around the corridor. And then in terms of the addition to use the downtown vibrancy fund, that is something that requires support from other groups who have written correspondence to City Council and administration identifying that they're not supportive of closure. So we have some flags related to the ability to use those funds to help program. And lastly, there would be some costs in terms of an evaluation plan, which we're currently assessing and would consider that as part of, if this motion passes, something we'd bring to council for future consideration. So just wanted to add that because at the time of the discussion, there was a few uncertainties related to road closure bylaw, the impact commercially with TransEd emergency services, and the addition of the vibrancy grant and some or the vibrancy fund and some of the potential challenges associated with accessing that fund on the basis of the parties that are included in the decision making around that fund. So just wanted to provide that additional context.
Thank you for that. And the private component, contractual obligations, that implication and the legal advice that you have, that has to be discussed in private.
Yeah, I think we could sort of identify that there are some legal implications.
Yeah.
And if you want specifics, we would recommend you go in private, subject to, apologies.
Yeah.
Sections 25 and 27.
I think, Mr. Mayor, if there's questions about a bylaw and requirements for a bylaw under legislation, we can have that conversation in public.
Yeah.
So I think if there's questions about that, we've got Ms. Bond on the line to field those.
Yeah. The council member wants to understand the legal part first before we discuss. Right? Okay. Somebody move motion that we go into private.
Yes, I'll move that.
Councillor Knack moved it. Second by Councillor Stevenson, sorry. Councillor Stevenson seconded. Please vote to go into private.
All the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, give you a minute to lock the doors.
There is another meeting at 2. There is another meeting, and already on the agenda is affordable housing information session. It's 2 o'clock.
We do have staff waiting to do the council from 2 to 4 for the Housing 101 in preparation for June 27th housing discussion. So that is there.
Yeah, we would have to come back to this item at a future date. Andre?
Yeah, so I guess the dilemma we have from an administrative perspective right now is based on the construction, all the notifications, everything, we should theoretically. Oh, yeah, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move to call the vote.
Andre, what are you saying? Are we in public now? Sorry, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sorry
We
for
are in public,
interrupting.
okay.
I just wanted everybody to know that we are now live on the web.
We are back in public, and we are at 4 minutes beyond our adjournment time. Want to know the will of the council? We have other items to discuss as well.
I believe Councillor Paquette called the question.
Call the question?
I am calling the question. If we need to extend to.
Orders.
No.
I'm calling
Vote?
orders.
Yeah, point of order. We can
No,
move
no.
to extend the vote. And then
Sorry.
we can call the question.
No, we can. We have a debate on this. There's a number of questions needs to be asked in public, so I don't know how we call to question will be ending debate on the item.
So the
Okay,
process,
I'll
for,
withdraw.
the process
Fair
for
enough.
calling question, the first step is you actually have to have the floor given to you by the chair, and then it would either be with unanimous consent.
Yeah.
If any member of council doesn't want the question to be called, which means end debate and vote,
Yeah.
and that in itself would go for a vote.
So that has not
Yeah,
been.
and Mr. Mayor, I'm hearing dissent, so I withdraw.
Okay, good. All right, Councillor Hamilton, you had something to say. I missed it. Sorry.
Oh, I just called orders.
Oh, call the orders.
Okay, so if the orders are called and there's agenda items that are not yet dealt with, absolutely every councillor is well within their rights to do so, though we will then resume at the next business day at 9:30 in the morning, and all of these items will transfer over to that.
Okay, so be it. Yeah.
So sorry, can I clarify? We're starting tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning?
No, it's the next business day, Councillor Rutherford.
Yep. Monday morning, 9:30.
Yep.
Okay,
So that would take place instead of the Community and Public Services meeting then,
Yep.
right?
yeah, this will trump the committee meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Order of the day has been called. So that means we are into, just hold on. No notice of motions or motions without customary notice?
So, Mr. Mayor, you're over your allotted agenda, your agenda time, and
Yeah.
so the protocol is, once orders have been called,
Yeah.
you are in recess until the next business day, and because it's Friday, the next business day is Monday.
Okay, good.
So this agenda just stands and rolls over, and
Right to 9:30.
effectively,
9:30.
continuing on Monday.
Okay, thank you. Until we adjourned.